Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today, we are working on more Insignia dev on our way to the funding demo. I'm feeling pretty good about what's here so far. I've been working on enemy AI today for the Martin enemy. So yeah, that's all coming along pretty well. I'm going to show you what I've been working on soon. In the meantime, a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and Twitch. Also a big thank you to Twitch follower most recent, that's Rebas39, and the most recent subscriber, Grandmaster Glory. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. Thanks for joining us. What else is there to say? To be honest, not much. Other than, shall we just get into it? I'm not really, nothing special to say today, I don't think. Oh, actually, there was something. What was I going to talk about? It was, it felt important. Oh yeah. I had this conversation. I go on this little rant once every, 8 months or so, about productivity tools. And it might be a little early for this one in the stream, but I just want to kind of lead with this because I was mentioning yesterday. I mentioned yesterday about how I got emailed from somebody who works at Figma about why I don't use FigJam. And at the time, I wasn't super I hadn't spent a lot of time in FigJam, but I basically said, hey, I don't use FigJam because I don't really have a big, I'm not really into the whiteboard kind of aesthetic. Flashbang coming in 5 seconds. Don't prepare yourselves. So, basically this is FigJam, and it's fine, for what it is, which is a whiteboard that you can, drop text into and write stuff. And you would think that this is what I do, right? You'd think, well, Adam does text boxes and he does labels and he writes lists, and why would this not be good enough for what Adam does, right? Because that's what I basically do anyway, right? Why do I do this? It's not as pretty, right? It's not as simple or straightforward or flexible. So look at that. You can just drop components in. And what I feel when I look at this, there's a few things, right? It's well, this has also got a pretty infinite canvas too, right? It's the same sort of deal. It's very similar. In fact, they've even got these very crazy, sparkly templates where you can just be like, hey, you want to do Kanban? You want to do a Trello? Boom. You just got one straight away, right? Look at that. I could just move stuff, from here to there, and that's Kanban, right? Look at that. I don't have to do anything in Figma. There's something dark about this that I really dislike, right? Really, really dislike. One is that this is I didn't make this, right? There's nothing about this that is inherently useful to me. The fact that these post-its are yellow and these ones are blue and the background's blue, there's no actual functionality behind this. It's just it's just a bunch of boxes that looks like Kanban. You know what I mean? And Kanban is not just a bunch of boxes that look like Kanban. There's tagging and labeling, and there's stuff behind it. Even with all this stuff, they give you a tutorial, they try to explain why it's good, and there's tons of stuff, like a Gantt chart. Let me show you a Gantt chart that does this thing. There's even an AI. Look at that. You can even say, oh, where did it go? Hey, give me a Gantt chart. Right? and it could be like, hey, you want a Gantt chart? Sure. About my game timeline ending in 2026. I don't even know if that works, but let's just see what happens. Right? Whoa, who knows what's gonna happen? Maybe it'll give me, look at that, a whole timeline, and it's got dates and it's got all kinds of stuff in it. But like, the thing is, I didn't build this, and I don't know what the data is, and like the objects don't relate to each other. Like if I push this, that's not going to change this, right? It's not like, and I can't select all of the objects. Can I lock this in a way that makes it non-editable? Probably can. Maybe if I lock, no, but then I have to separate these. It's like the thing that this is missing, like it looks like a Gantt chart. It looks cool, but what it's missing is like, it doesn't have any structure as a layout. It doesn't have any hierarchy. It's just like a bunch of boxes arranged in a Gantt chart, which is, you know, maybe for very, very high level, you know, whiteboarding in a team meeting kind of work. Maybe that's fine. Now, I'm not here to say that Figma is like necessarily better at that, right? So like if I have, you know, I've got whatever, this funding demo calendar thing that I created, and sure, like it actually is a little bit more interactive. I can click one of these and I can, not these ones, but yeah, I can like check the box and, you know, make it a little more interactive that way. And sure, I could like delete a week row and look, it shifts up by a week. So there's actual like structure to it. You know, I could take one of these objects, I could go to like the main component, and I could change the colors if I wanted to, you know, make it more blue or something like that. And then all of them would change, right? That's not what makes this so useful. What makes it useful is the idea that I could start with a bunch of text and I can transform it into something that has actual structure. That's the thing that I like to do here. It's the idea that I've got, okay, you know, I've got a list, and in fact, I emailing this person back, I did this little thing as like an explanation. Basically, let's just say I was doing this, which is what I was doing like last week. I was thinking about the time it would take to do specific tasks and how I think about how long that should take. Okay, let's just say I take these and I make them like a layout, you know? Now I can start actually, you know, visually plotting out this stuff. And then I can start creating like little, like reactive little layout things, right? I can actually start creating some structure around it. I have this calendar that I created, which was born out of that process, right? I actually was like, okay, I have like task types, like categories, right? I'm gonna have all these different categories. And this was for art, I think. And I'm gonna make these ones, you know, red. And I can just, you know, drag them over here and I can make them reactively grow and shrink to fit into the size of the thing that they belong to. I can make one of these things and I can make it so that when you copy and paste the rows, you know, I get new numbers, and you can start to do some kind of like, I don't know how to explain this other than to say that the hierarchy of the objects, these things here, and the way that they work makes this more than just a bunch of boxes with text on them, right? There's like the fact that this is not just a box, it's a layout. It has like contents inside of it, and it's reactive to the size of the contents, or at least you can make it reactive. So that if I make this bigger, not in this case because I was a little bit lazy with it, but let's just see if I can make it work. Yeah, so I can take this and I can add to it, and oh look, it got bigger to fit the text that I created for it. And I could have this do the same thing, and I could, you know, start to sort of build out a structure. And I think that way. So FigJam kind of expects that you know what you want before you start, and that all you're trying to do is enter some data. When I use Figma, I'm actually sort of building the ideas out. Like, you know, this stuff here, it's just a bunch of lists until it becomes something that's not a bunch of lists. An example being like, you know, all of this stuff. Like, I don't know what this stuff needed to be before I built it, you know? I'm doing well, Big C4. Like, I didn't know what this was, and same with these. Like, I don't know what this was gonna be until I made it. But now that it exists, I could easily make these into cards, and I could start sorting the cards. And I mean, that's what I started doing, right? I started moving these little chunked layouts around as like level pieces to put in my like test level map. That only really works if you can start chunking things and building little layout, like lockups of different objects. And the idea of like master and child objects it's very powerful. This is something that's like, if I can just rant for a little bit longer. It's really annoying. This thing is like absolutely, it's killing me. It kills me. Like, it actually hurts physically that this thing that I have known and have felt for like 20 years is still this way. Okay, here it is. In programming, what do? We create definitions of classes, and then we make instances of those classes, and those become objects. We have inheritance, right? You can actually have a thing that describes a thing, and then you can have children of the thing that inherit from the parent. You can also do composition, right? You can sort of describe a thing and give that thing to something to make that thing also be able to do it. In programming, we've been doing that for years. In friggin' Macromedia Flash 8, you could do that, right? You could make a master object, and you could make child objects of the master, and if you change the master, they change the child, right? So you had inheritance of visual objects, okay? Figma has this, fine. In video editing, right? You have comps in like Adobe After Effects, and having like comps inside of comps. The nesting is really important. It's not just parent and child definitions, but parent and child structures, so that you can place things inside of things. Something has a something. These kinds of relationships between things allow you to do more powerful things with the things than just be boxes on a whiteboard. Okay, it's like, oh, I can change this and it changes everywhere, or I can group these things and I can maybe query them. Like, the idea of doing logic on things requires you to be able to name the things and define things first. So definitions, really important. The next thing is logic. I cannot believe that in 2024, there is no version of Figma, right? Like, this bothers the shit out of me. Let's just say I want to create, there's this tool, like they have those widgets from FigJam, they have them here as well. So say I have like a calendar, right? Like, that's really cool that I can make a calendar. It's great. I'm glad that it exists. But this calendar was built in Figma, right? Like, the actual visuals of it was made in Figma, right? So like, why can't I like do anything with it? It's just a thing that exists. Why can't I put things in the calendar? I can put things over the calendar, right? I could take like a thing and like drop it so that it sits kind of in front of it. But why can't I make the calendar scale? Why isn't this a frame that I can drop something into and then have it like react? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Why can't I do that? Finally, why does this, do you know how they make this? Do you know how these exist? These are like not really native components inside of Figma. These are basically little web applets that people make to drop inside of Figma as like an iframe. It's not like a real, like you have to go into VS Code and you have to write some little package, and then you can define layout inside of it. Like it is Figma, like it scales. It's not like not HTML, because all Figma is HTML, but like it's not, I can't, like, it's not native. It's like a second class citizen inside of the canvas. I can't press K to scale it like I can press K to scale everything else. What I don't understand is, why can't I do this? Okay, here's what I really want. And then I promise the rant will be over. So like, I write a little to-do list, right? It's just a bunch of text. I define a component that's called like Armin animations or whatever. It's just like, it's called task. This is called task. A task has like I can name these parameters, these like little things here. In this case, it's called, we could call this like label. We call this like progress. All right, we can call this total estimate. Okay, why can't I take this and have the values inside of these things be readable by other components? Why can't I make this scriptable? Why can't I take this and then make 5 of them and then populate them with different data and have them actually react to the data, like in line? Like I've declared this. This is the, let's say this is a component, right? I've created the component. If I make instances of the component, I should be able to make changes like this, just like this, right? But then just let me query the differences in the instances. These are instances of a master. This is a class and this is an object. That's what it is, right? So like, okay, now I have like actual, you know, information. I actually have data created in Figma, output in Figma as well. So I've got like the view and the model. Okay, why can't I then just like take all of these things and then like say, hey, like I want to make a list out of these things, right? Like I've done here. Oh, okay, it's a list and it's got a bunch of things in it. Why can't I make this a component and have the component contents list actually look for the task objects, right? And then populate this total time with the value of all of the internal task objects added up, right? Like, why can't I do that? That's so straightforward. Like, and then why can't I make like copies of the task list? And then now I actually have real Kanban inside of Figma that's functional. I can drag tasks, you know, across the different thing, and it kind of almost works, right? Like it's almost literally that already. It's so close. Like, just let me query the data and let me write functions for when I click and interact with the data. Now I can make my own apps inside of my thing. And it's like, it's right there. Like, it's already right there. Just let me do it. It's insane to me, because to me, I look at this and I go, oh, and now I can make my own internal like relational databases inside of Figma, and I can make little applets and calendars and task trackers and Gantt charts, and they'll be real ones. They won't just be like boxes shaped in the arrangement of a Gantt chart. I'll be able to make them, you know, dynamically scale and change and update to actually, you know, position the information. Like, why is it that I can't take, where is it? It was somewhere here. Not this. Like, why can't I turn these into components and place them on a component that is a number line? And why can't I derive the X position of the object along the number line to resolve it into a date? And why can't I give it an estimated duration and have that expand the size of the bar that it, you know, the point becomes a bar if I give it a duration, Like I could build a little app in like nothing, you know? It would be, if it just did the things that I've described, I would literally never have to write any kind of, I'd never have to use another productivity software because I would just build them in line in my workstation, in my workspace, you know? And they're not complicated. Like Trello is nothing. All that Trello is a bunch of columns that you can drag tasks between. That's it. That's all it is, really. With like basic querying for like how many things are in the rows. But the thing is, I'd be able to. That's the reason I build everything in Excel. I mean, like, yeah, like Excel, it's just the stuff that you would do in Excel. But just like make it be doable here. Like, why not? Because Excel is just Excel, you know, it's not like, I can't, because like imagine, like, I want to manipulate my ideas and I want to have them react to me based on rules. That's all it is. It's like as complicated as a calculator. It's super simple, but I'm actually able to make apps. You know, I would be able to make like things do things. Anyway, it's absurd. I told this to the guy. I emailed him last night. He emailed me saying, "Hey, thanks for your feedback." So for everyone who's just dropped in, who missed the start of this rant, somebody who works at Figma, a software engineer at Figma, asked me what I thought of FigJam, and I said I'm not interested in FigJam because it feels like it's too surface level, doesn't really do what I want to do. And then I said, and also I use Figma because I like to be able to build out my ideas visually and have structure to them and actually be able to, you know, figure it out. And I don't know what I want until I'm building it. And then he's like, "Oh, cool. Can I tell the team?" And I said, give me a second. let me format this a bit better and then I'll get back to you. And then I wrote like a page and a half of what I just described to you guys. I wrote that in an email to somebody who works at Figma. So I don't know. Maybe I should send them this last little rant. It just feels like so obvious to me that this is worth looking into as like a way of working. Because like if you do what I just did, you don't need a word processor. You don't need Notion. You don't need Excel. You don't need like Trello. You don't need Choir. You don't need like Asana. Suddenly you just have this one thing that you can just extend out as much as you want. It's like a nice clean blank canvas. You can write notes. You can build little diagrams. Then you can make the diagrams do shit. And then you can actually start structuring data, create little databases, and then like it becomes like an actual thing that you can do real things with. You know? Computers are so powerful and we just don't use them. Like programming, the concepts behind programming are absolutely world-changing if you give people the opportunity to do something with them. But applications are just so... It's such a dumb... there's like an extended rant here that's like just on the surface about like what computers should be. I hate that there are apps. I hate that there is like a thing, like there's like a file type and the file type can only be opened by the specific app that does the specific job. It shouldn't be that way. It should just be that there's just like a big database of all of my data and everything that can take the data, everything that can read that data type, it should be able to open in that thing. Anyway, like rather than have like a docx and a txt, it should just be text. It's just text. And then everything that can open text can open the text. But it shouldn't even be that there are applications. It should just be that there are... I just want to be able to program my own operating system, you know? I just want to build my own file systems and my own applications that all just work in the one ecosystem that's spatial and that I can extend out very easily. I don't like this idea of like compiling and building things. It's just one of those things where it's like I know what I want, and nobody else seems to think that they need it or realize how much better life would be if they took the time. And I don't have the time to build it or the skills either. Like if I could build a Figma canvas, if I could build a canvas that was as fast as Figma's, I would, you know, I'd build this app and I would make the thing that I'm describing, but I would need like a team of people to do it. I'm just not that kind of an engineer. They used Figma inside of VS Code. That's cool. All right, so let me show you some cool stuff that I worked on. Check it out. I added a few things. I added basically stealth mechanics to the game. So you can get up behind an enemy and he can't see you, but if you get close enough, he finds out where you are. Also, depending on how fast you're moving, they like hear you sooner. So like if he's like that far away, if I just walk, he won't hear me. But if I run, he can hear me. Or if I roll, he'll find me out sooner. And if I disappear, he'll do a little like doot doot. So check this out. Like he sees me, I disappear, and he runs to the spot where I used to be. Oh, you can't see that. He runs to the spot that I used to be at. Check it out. See? And then he looks left and looks right, and then he goes back to doing what he was doing. I'm not sure what that is, though. I think he's a little hasty to lose us. I think I've still got to balance it a little bit. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. He needs to, in the search state, he needs to, if we find him, target awareness dot detectable complete, found him. There you go. So now if he's running to the spot he last saw us and then he sees us, he'll just attack. He's not going to look left and right anymore. I really have to move my, you know what? I'm going to do something. This is getting quite annoying, isn't it? You can go maybe even over here would be better. I don't know. I just find I'm always moving to the right, and I'm never like. Maybe we'll take. Yeah, I'll just go like down here or something for a little bit. Stealth archer. So like here, he won't see us. Well, what do I do? I mean, I can't... Do I just, like, not put... Do I shift the camera up so that when people let's play the game, their heads will be, you know... Is that really what I want to do? Do I have, like, a special camera viewer in this? I have a zone camera. I can move it down to, like, there. I don't know if it's specifically got any Y component aspects to it. Cool. Man, I really don't like my face there. Maybe I would just make it smaller. Yeah, I mean, it is fine in the game. Streamer overlay / chroma. Really don't like that camera shift. When will I add sounds? Probably, well, before the demo. I do have sounds. I just haven't put them in. I've taken them. I basically muted the game because most of the new content doesn't have sound for it. So I'll have to make time for sounds in like a month. All right. So these little guys. Right now, I think they're in a pretty good spot. Like they have a little bit of diversity. They can do a couple things that they, you know, they can do a couple of different things. The laughing is a little much, I think. I think maybe an angry stomp. Hey, C. Buckington. Oh, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. No, he can't knock us down. He doesn't hit hard enough. All right. I feel like the prototype stuff, I actually could probably leave this stuff. Red, like this. Because I feel like the Screen Australia grant stuff, if I say I need this many animators, it'll be easier for them to appreciate that if the game has a lot of missing animations. Not missing, but unpolished. I feel like that's almost more honest to see all that stuff. So maybe I shouldn't be like rushing to like add a bunch of completed animations to the game. Maybe it's more just like make the behaviors good. And when the behaviors are good, they'll understand why the animations are justified. We'll see. It does need to just be a prototype. They're not looking for like a perfect demo. You guys want to fight one of these dudes? Let me create a little like arena or something. Oh, there is one in the combat test. I'll put another one in there. Okay. So since the last time I pushed, add polish to arms, attack animations, polish frames, polish to wall climb frame, acceleration curve to wall climb, fixes elevator prefab. All right, let's push it. See how it goes. All right, pals. Well, that's going to be available for you to play in about 10 15 minutes. Would it be okay if I raided you? You can always raid me, yeah. I'm never going to get upset at somebody for raiding. Let me just check this thing. I do have a working branch. I don't have feature branching, no. It's not... It doesn't really make sense. For me. Job is waiting for... What are we waiting for? One sec. Waiting for Alpha Runner to come online. Ah, I think I made a mistake here. I think my runner is dead. Let me just see if I can go grab it. It's around. It just needs to, I guess it needs to wake up. My runner took a runner. Yeah, I just had issues in the past because it was the billing for the runner wasn't behaving correctly. So it was like not, it was declared, it was like defined, but it wasn't actually doing anything. I don't know what, I don't know if that's, oh, it looks like it's happening. No, it's all good. It's going. It is just spinning up, like you mentioned. So last time this happened, it took 12 minutes. So in 12 minutes, new feature test. Okay. G'day, Trance. So, this is all working correctly, right? Oh, shoot, he fell? How did he... Uh-oh. How did he get down there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that'll need to change. This isn't war proximity, it's like safety. Wow, this is literally... Wow. I literally need both of these checks. Um... Oof. That should work. There we go. Except it doesn't seem quite right. Check. What's going on with you, bud? He reached destination. I prefer VS Code. Oh, you're asking someone else. Which is easier? I'm not sure who's asking what, but I use VS Code. Then return spawn start pause. I think it needs to be like you alternate between a random position on the left side and a random position on the right side. Why is this code so busted, man? Hey, Kyle. Taking a break from blogging. Okay. Let's figure this out. I'm gonna basically rewrite this to be something that's good. Pick a side, left or right, depending of the spawn, depending on which is further. Okay. So, no, I think it's more like I'm not using Vim bindings, no. Random position on the left hand side that is either at least half the total range way or at the edge. So like, it tries to, yeah. Random range 0 to, do we have a start position? Start pos. 0 to range 0.05. Okay. So that's like some distance. We'll call this travel. No. From this to this, that's the travel. Pick a direction depending on which extent is furthest. So if left is greater, if the distance between us and the leftmost position is greater than us and the rightmost position, let's go float left dist equals. Make this a lot shorter. If left distance is greater than -1, and then, okay. So, vector to candidate destination equals position plus, that's it. If the candidate destination is outside of bounds, limit it to the extent Direction is less than 0. So if we're going left. If the candidate destination is left of leftmost position, then it equals leftmost. Yep, that's right. We could say, I mean, this is all based on the ground, so let's call it float. Nah, that's alright, we'll keep it like this. And then that's correct as well. The nearest safe. Well, I don't think we'll need to do this. I think that's just it. I think that should give us something interesting. Stop. Yay! Okay, good, good. Stop somewhere between here and there. Good. Now go back. Nice. Stop soon. Okay, good. Go beyond this point. Good. Good. Is he always going to this exact spot? No. No, he kind of wanders in and around the space. Good. Oh, he kind of got a little close to the edge there. I don't know if I would have gone that close. His safety, it needs to be exactly like a one body width from the edge. So let's go like complete here. Found target, time's up. Where is like navigate is complete, then yeah, it just says we reached last destination. So it's back over at ground navigate, I think. Not on the ground, at destination. It never actually checks to see if it is safe to move. But we have one here for not safe to move. And not safe to move checks to see if we're obstructed, and obstructed equals if there's something in the way. Something in the way. What? Why do I have a check? Oh, that's kind of circular. I'm just going to do this. Oh, hang on a second. If this is a ground navigate, we should be able to do... Let's see if that changes anything. Well, it changed it. Not in a good way, though. That's... It's no good. Why does this not really give us what we want? Yo, for those of you waiting, we're still waiting. If I ground check separation, if ground collider is null, return I-1 ray separation. So we should be able to check. We open up. Here's self-awareness, and we draw wall checks. Ground checks. That should turn red. Yeah, but it looks like it's stuck until it's green. Or is it until it becomes 1 unit away? That would be the other reason. But that's not right. Unless we didn't set a new destination. Oh shit. This isn't right. This is a direction. It needs to be not the direction dot normalized, but the way that we're facing, or like the way that we're moving towards the direction. So it's like, oh shoot. It's like, It's like destination minus start pause. That's what we need to be checking. Hey. Good. Very good. Stop somewhere around there. I mean, that's pretty good. Somewhere soon. Well, he's going all the way to the end, but he'll stop soon. I mean, that's still pretty safe. I'm waiting for a time where he doesn't go. Yeah, that's good. There we go. Okay, it works. Great. And what's great about this stuff is that this should help all of the enemies be smarter. All of them will now not walk off cliffs or, you know, do anything like stupid. So if I just go to somewhere where there are like hedgehogs in the game, they should all be patrolling in ways that makes sense. Little hedgehog guys walking around. Look at this guy. He's going to stop around here. Yeah, he's going to walk over to here. Gonna stop comfortably. This guy was trying to go off the edge, but he couldn't. See, he wants to go here, but he's going to stop. This guy too, he's going to go off the edge. Nope, can't do it. There is a little bit of something where they sort of break out, but they're too close to the edge, so they pivot really quickly. I don't know what that is. We'll have to solve that. He should stop, you know, through the wall. Yeah. It's not great how close to the wall he gets. I feel like maybe they should stop a little further away even. Like maybe like 2 body lengths away from the wall. Or like 1.5. So he should just sort of stop around here. Or maybe it's not safe to walk, but obstructed. It could be both. Why not make it both? Okay. This should hot reload, so it's not a big deal. He should stop. Yeah, he should stop like here-ish. Well, his body rect's actually really narrow. Yeah, so like this far away from a wall, he should stop. So he's trying to go to here, but he should stop around here. Hey, that's better. That looks good. And also, we should have a fun way here. Oh, what is going on there? Is that just slowing down because of the inspector? Oh, what is that? Doesn't matter. So he should, if he can't see me, oh, he can see me. We run away. He can't hear me, but if I run, he can hear me. Yeah, same as the other little dude. Cool. No green Koopas. So, yeah, things are starting to work a little more consistently now. If you guys are waiting... Oh man, still waiting 30 minutes. That sucks. It's a long time to wait. I feel like I could almost build the game faster myself. Unless the build settings... No, they just got the ones that we wanted. Hey, I study hard. I'm coding enemy AI. Cool. So the next thing I want to test is the ensign system and whether or not it makes sense to anybody. Maybe I'll just start setting up that test now. Just to give me some sort of impetus. Test scenario. Ensign test. The new demo, no, it's not released, but a feature test is on the way. So for this, we will want to add, I guess, Hills 2 and Golden Path. And Chasm. And Crucible. climb. And flame charge. But I might need another one as well. That's sort of between these two where you learn the flame charge. Do you plan to implement some chance-based idle possibility to let the predictability of enemy patrols break up? Right now, they have two, by default, if I don't set waypoints for them, they have two extents that they move between. But they don't move all the way to the extents. They will idle along the way sometimes. It's just that every time they idle, they'll swap position. So it's more like they'll ping pong between, you know. If they're here, they'll pick a line between like anywhere between half of the total distance and the total distance. They'll pick anywhere between here and here on the other side of the thing. If they're over here, then they'll pick anywhere between here and here on this side, pretty much. So they might, you know, make their way over and then stop. But once they do, the next one will be in this range. So they'll make their way over this way and stop. But it's not anywhere from the center. It's anywhere from 1/2 of the total width. So like this length is the minimum distance that they'll walk. They can't walk any less than this. So if they happened to go all the way to here, then they can stop anywhere between here and here next time. And if they happen to be here, then they can stop anywhere between here and there, anywhere inside of the white. So they'll mostly go all the way to the end, sort of. You know, they could stop here, they could stop here, they could stop here. But they won't exceed the end, and they won't exceed less than half. If they start moving, they'll move for a fair amount of time. That's how I've got it set up. I've also got waypoint versions, which I have implemented recently. And in that instance, they'll always go across the waypoints and then back along the waypoints. A chance to idle for X seconds on the last waypoint, because the hedgehogs gave me the feeling they were pretty consistent on their way, like always taking the same amount of time to the edges. Do you mean like the amount of time that they'll stay at the edge? The amount of time they'll idle for? Because they always idle for like at least a second. Currently, I think it's pretty consistent. I think it's exactly 1 second they'll idle for. The duration will either be the one loop of their idle loop, or it'll be the duration input. So I don't have a range at the moment. I think for me right now, randomness typically is only bad. It makes the game harder to interpret for the player. So if it works well, I'll just leave it. And if it needs to be random for whatever reason, then I can add the randomness. But randomness almost always adds challenge. It doesn't make it more intuitive. So having reliable patrol routines for enemies is like actually probably better than not having reliable ones. Unless the game tells you how long the idle will last, you know what I mean? An isometric game? You can do it in Unity. But it'll always be challenges. I almost think that hard coding it from scratch, if it's isometric grid based, I almost feel like coding it from scratch would be better. But yeah, I mean, Unity's fine. Godot is fine as well. Like, it's just the problem you're going to have. I had to explain this to somebody today. Somebody emailed me with a question, and I had the unfortunate task of trying to explain in an email what this thing is. Whenever you're in a tile-based game, it's really important that your player knows where they are in the grid. And isometric-based tile systems have this issue where it's really, really hard. It's basically impossible to know like where you are in the grid relative to like your height. It's really hard to know if I place you here. Are you on this level here? Like, are you here? Or are you actually down here on this level, you know, there? Like, where are you in the game? And there's this thing where like, if you have like a cube, you kind of have to do, if you're doing like screen picking, like say you want to tap a tile, for the game to know which tile you tapped, you basically have to go, it doesn't work like this. Hang on a second. That's not isometric. That's isometric. So say you've got like your grid. If I click this box, that's the same as clicking the box on the back corner. This one back here. How do I know whether I clicked this one or the one in the very back? They occupy the exact same visual space in 2D. They literally, they're like perfectly overlapped. So what you have to do is like, if this is now the box from the side, the same box, you have to do a raycast from the camera in like tile space where you check the first box you hit along that position. Because it's like, are you clicking this one or are you clicking this one? Well, we'll have to path our way through grid space before we hit something. So like little things like that are super complicated, but also like A star is fine, pathing is fine. It's more like authoring is complicated. So like, how do you design a level that's supposed to look like whatever, like a grid level? How do you design that? Like if you want it to look like, you know, whatever, that's what you want to design. How do you build that in your game engine? Do you place actual 3D blocks down, like in like Minecraft or whatever? Like you click on the blocks to build them out. If you're in 2D space, it's really hard. It's really hard in a 2D editor to build a 3D space because you only have one perspective. So you have to like, in Unity, they have this like basically one floating point number that refers to the height of the editor. And then you just click where you want the tile to go and it will set the tile's height to be whatever the height your editor is locked at. So you have to press like the plus and minus buttons to like shift this rail up and down to edit this layer versus this layer versus this layer. Yeah, it is like startlingly hard given how simple, given like how many tactics games were on like the Super Nintendo. The actual like logic of like what how high are we right now? How many tiles back do we go? Do you make the levels hollow? Do you make like, does this tile need to exist, or do you just like get rid of that? Some of that stuff is just like weirdly non-trivial. It's not, I mean, like it's, you know, it's all solvable, but like it's not, no engine is designed to give you that out of the box. That's the problem. Godot, Unity, Game Maker, Unreal, none of them are designed to handle that. For a sprite-based, you know, isometric grid game with height. Okay. So even just considering adding this, I actually can't add this to the test criteria until I've added a way to unlock the next ability. So let's go do that now. Well, Doom's not isometric, but that is a good question. How did they do the level design in Doom? No worries, Max. It's doable in Unity. I've done it. That's a separate conversation. So like, it's possible. It's just that those things are like really annoying. There's just like a very annoying thing. Also, Unity has this. Do you know what? Let me show you a video. Oh, we're finished. Unity. Are Unity tiles any good? This video. You check this video out and you go to this. This section explains my issues with Unity's tile system. So I built this. That looks a lot like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. I made that. So it's totally doable. You know, you can build out your tiles. It's really just looking at the paper thin. But this is an issue, the tile picking. Any tile. So this is me explaining that thing I just explained. Me and my Twitch streams chat like 2 days to get the logic right. A-star is fine. You can do pathing pretty well. Other characters that are ending is the shader stuff is fine. Sorting is not. Sorting is really annoying. So the way that they've got it set up, and maybe this is my fault, you have to basically provide an axis for depth. And what happens is, as you add, I don't know if this is something that I created with by setting this value to a negative number, this value here to a negative or not. But as you get, I'll show you. So see this? The layers that are further down get sorted on the actual in-game axis closer. It's really weird. And the reason why it does this, I think, is because of the depth camera. So the camera needs to know where things are. And when you have a tile set, like a tile map that starts where the camera starts, as you add height to the tile map, which direction towards or away from the camera do those tiles go? They go back away from the camera. If they go back, they'll be culled by the camera's culling mask or the culling depth. If they go that way, you get this problem where it's like it looks fine in 2D mode, but the design decision here had to do it's this thing. Things in like closer to the camera
very soon, so they push lines
Anyway.
in computationally possible direction. I do believe
Little things like that are just
a
bit-
practice or not
a bit weird,
procedural work
but
or
you can check that video for more. Okay, guys, for those of you who are interested, you can check out my current feature test in barnhill.itch.io/insignia alpha. You can playtest the enemy that we're working on right now, right there. See if it works. You will have to full screen it because it doesn't render properly for some reason in the Windows view. Windowed view. So do that. And then live gameplay test is not what we're working on today. We're working on, well, I added an enemy to the combat mechanics test, but you can go to live gameplay as well. So combat mechanics is what's new. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, nice. But this guy will get a bit stuck because he doesn't have the most updated data. But you can fight him. And the other enemies too. The password is Indie Tales. Oh, I didn't actually crash, but now it crashes. Oh, I think I know why it crashes now. It crashes because it tries to teleport you to a room that doesn't exist. Ah, because I didn't add it to the build order because it's the edge of the scene, or the edge of the testing scenes. Yeah, password is Indie Tales. Capital I, capital T, no space. Okay. And then if you do want to try the features out, the Ensign system, before I add the official test, you can go to the live test. This one here, live gameplay test. And this one gives you access to the abilities. So you can run around and do some attacks to enemies, and you get to use the abilities a little early. But I don't know the keybinds of my own video game. Okay, you have to press shift to open up the menu. I don't really like that, but big control would have been the way to go. Better with a controller. If you use a controller, it makes much more sense. Well, shift is a good modifier. So like, yeah, like shift jump, shift thrust. That actually makes sense. Yeah, cool. But it doesn't go after that, so you have to restart it after that. Maybe I can make it so that the doors just automatically take you back to the start, if they don't. Or maybe they just reload the scene. goes to black screen the whole time, like all the time to black screen. Or when you finish the test. When you finish the test, it'll go to a black screen, but it should load the game when you first load it up. I'm not sure why it doesn't. But if you can, what browser are you using? I don't think it works for Mac. That's the only thing. You did the combat test, nice. I think I should just go back to title screen if it doesn't work, right? If there's no scene there. Oh, is it possible to check if a scene is in the build order? Is in the build index? That's the problem. It's not that there isn't a scene, it's that it's not in the build index. You should return a -1. Nice. Cool. So if scene management dot scene manager dot is scene management not surely the door has access to scene management? Really? But then load scene? This is not a game system thing. What the heck? How does scene manager? Scene dot build index. That's not really right. Scene management dot scene. Yeah, that's what I want. Scene-manager.scene.count in build settings. Do you get reports / logs when we play test? I don't get automatic reports. There's no analytics in it, but you can send feedback in the form that's after the test. Get build index by scene path. Is scene utility an editor thing? Nope. Okay. Does it return 0? -1. Get build index by scene path. Please return -1 rather than null. Nice, -1. Cool. Okay, that solves that. If equals -1, Then what's the button to climb the wall? So in order to do the abilities, you have to hold shift and then press the, oh, you got it to work. Okay. Oh wait, no, somebody else asked that. Shift and then jump while on the wall will climb the wall if you have the ability. Yes, that's right, Flex Ice. That's what we're fixing right now. We're literally fixing that. You know what? Do I have a title screen? Do I even have like a scene index in my game? That's so weird. I don't actually have like a... How do I go back to title? Like when I go quit to title, what does that do? It tells... Game engine dot back to title. Scene manager dot load scene start scene. And what is start scene? Just a scene reference. Okay, sure, buddy. Okay. Well, let's see if that works. We back? Hello? Okay, I lost you for a second. What is this? Yeah, I think I made a mistake here. Nice. And then here? Did this not save? Why isn't it reading this? Didn't even do the output log. Let me just refresh these assets. I gotta take a break, pals. I'm starting to get a bit stuffy in here. How long have we been live for? It's really annoying that Snaz doesn't always... Oh, okay, I literally haven't even declared how long I've been live for. Well, I started at like, what, 1:20? That was 1 hour and 40 minutes ago? 50? Oh, wow. It's literally an hour and 50. Wow. I got that perfectly. What to the minute? It's literally, we've been live a minute 50, an hour 50. Wow. That's something. See you, Spencer. Bye. Yeah, -1. Ah, but neither has the warning scene. Okay. Okay. Well, surely Game System has access to Game System. Surely somewhere inside you there is a reference to the title scene or something. Oh, you know what? I'll just do the first scene that has a built-in next of 0. Can I just do like... Just give me the first one. Move and jump while using skills. What do you mean by moving and jumping while using skills? You mean like while doing the forward thrust, you also want to be able to do something else? They lock you in on purpose right now. Like you can, I mean like, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. So, hey, Enlin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're working on my game at the moment. What's going on? How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Hi, hi. So like you can use an ability and then follow it up with another attack if you want. Or you can attack and then use an ability. You can't move while using it because you're kind of locked in the animation until it finishes, but that's the design. So this breaks, but how do I make it not break? Refining some serialization code for network packets. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I have never done networking code. How is that? Is it for a game or for something else? Network code kind of scares me a little bit. I don't really know, like, do they have like standardized solutions for like lost packets and like double sent packets and stuff like that? Oh, you have no idea. Well, that's good. It's good that I'm not alone. Hey, Yifweed, thanks for the follow. how game servers work. That's awesome. Yeah, one day I'd like to do network code. Actually, I have a friend who's kind of, he's all over that stuff. So, hey, it works. It resets now. Cool. So now it'll never crash when we're inside of a test. What I do have is like, it's not really networking, but I've got like CI/CD set up. So when I'm working on the game, people can playtest the game in the game. John Romero. So like we have these test rooms for people to play test little sections. And right now the combat test is live. So you'll be able to run around in this scene. I don't know why everything's so slow right now though. I feel like I'm doing something totally wrong. Anyway, so you can run around, you can hit stuff, you can pick up items, you can attack enemies. This guy's a little jerk. And then and then you can make it to the end of the sequence and hopefully get out of the level. But I think I made it so that the door is not functional. Or maybe it's throwing an error. Oh, right. It's throwing an error because the... Why is it throwing an error? Because there's no test scenario. But then what happens if I do go to the test scenario modal? Do you know what? We can do this more correctly by going from the title screen. Thanks, Klondike. So if I go start game, combat mechanics test, and then I can do a bit of a cheatsy doodles. Go to the end. Thanks for playing. It closes. But then where does the game go? It actually went back to the screen. Back to the level select screen. So after the survey, it goes to... Yeah, I mean, that's what should happen. I mean, it's not great that it does it this way, but... It does... I mean, it does try to do it this way. So, I don't know. Oh, thank you so much, Enlin. Well, let's just commit the changes and then we'll just see if it works for you guys. Sure. Cool. So I'll push that and then that'll be live in about 20 minutes for you guys to play. In the meantime, we wanted like maybe an annoyed stamp of the foot. If you block him. The Whippersnapper Buccaneer, that's Armin. He is the main character. He's our boy. So let me tell you a brief intro to me and the game. Oh, someone redeemed clinkers? Oh, I didn't see that. Yo, let's do that first. Feels like I got the wrong friggin' dashboard thing popped out. Sorry, pals. One sec. Wait, what? Stream? I don't want stream preview. I want request queue. That's what I want. Okay. Hohenheim. What color? Green. Okay. Best of luck to you. I went to the dentist today and he said my teeth were great. So this chocolate, I'm not afraid of it. It's yellow. Sorry, buddy. Unfortunate. Wasn't your day. Oh, we lost the blue light. There we go. That dentist, he's the best. I love that guy. My dentist is like, he just saved my life. So this guy is Armin. He is the son of a blacksmith in this town. Yeah, dude. So I had, okay, I'll finish that story first. So in 2020 or 2020, one of my teeth just started absolutely like I felt like I was gonna die. The tooth hurt me so much. Like unbelievable pain. Basically it needed root canal. It had like a I don't know what you call that, but a abscess. It had like a, you know, it was dead. It was dying. The nerve was dying. It had decay on the inside. And he did like an emergency root canal because I was using a different dentist and they didn't have time for me, and I kind of feel like they were a little shady. I feel like they were kind of like doing fake dental work on me. I don't know. I won't say that that's what was happening for sure, but that was my suspicion. Anyway, this guy totally just like patched it all up. Like he just like he fixed it. You know, root canal. It's like once they pull the root, they pull the nerve out. They actually like rip the nerve out. And then you just can't feel anything. It's amazing. And then they like clean out the inside of the dead tooth, and then they just like pack it with like a, it's almost like a rubbery stuff to keep the structural integrity of the tooth, and then they just like put a big filling in the middle on top, like a cap, like a cork kind of thing, and then hopefully that'll last me a couple of decades. So like that happened, and then like a year later, another tooth had the same thing happen, and I'm like, I honestly thought that I had the worst dental hygiene of anyone ever. I was like, I must be doing everything wrong. I must be brushing wrong. I must be flossing wrong. I must be doing something wrong. Because like, who has 2 root canals within 2 years of each other in their early 30s? Like, what the hell? Anyway, since then, he's like, every other tooth you've got is great, dude. He's like, your teeth are fine. Your teeth are amazing. You just keep doing what you're doing. I'm like, but how? How did we get here? So anyway, I had a really, really bad luck, and then all of my rest of my teeth are happy. I got all my wisdom teeth still. Everything's fine. Yeah, so I just saw him today, and he was like, good stuff. So, Tatada Galera, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So this is Armin. He is the son of a blacksmith, and he lives in this sort of like colonial fantasy town with his mother. His dad went missing a year ago, and on this day, he is tasked with basically starting an apprenticeship as a blacksmith to follow in his father's footsteps. Oh yeah, I didn't add that to the build index, so there is no rest of the game right now. Let me just quickly skip to it. So he is kind of like, you know, not super happy about it, and in the first chapter of the game, which is available on itch.io as a demo, you are, yeah, you're just like going through the town, meeting the people who live there, and telling them that you're, you know, off to start your apprenticeship. You are tasked to go up into the mountain to this place called the Athenaeum, where apparently, you know, there should be some kind of guide on how to be a blacksmith, like an apprentice guide. So in the first chapter, Armin goes up there, and I won't spoil it, but within the course of the first chapter of the game, Armin is sort of thrust into the great wide world after something catastrophic happens. And he is tasked with learning the ways of blacksmithing, finding out the secret to the fate of his lost father, and stopping an impending invasion on his kingdom. That is the grander story that you can discover in Insignia, my game. I'm currently working on a funding demo. So the game's been in development for like 6+ years, 7 years. And I've been doing it all by myself for all this time. And it's finally time to build a team. And for that, I need some money. So that's what I'm doing. Building a demo so that, an updated demo. So that I can get some money to build a team to finish the rest of the content. Because the systems are mostly in there. So it's really just about like getting, you know, getting people behind the game and getting it to release. Okay. So let's do a little stamp animation for this guy. I'm thinking he'll stamp this leg. Oh, that's so like Japanese. The multiple stamps that that's so like some, maybe not Studio Ghibli. What is that? Hey, I've got a YouTube channel where you can see so many tutorials on pixel art and Unity dev and blogs on my game. You can find so much stuff on my channel, including even game dev, like vlogs from jams. Pixel art class is if you want the pixel art, the full pixel art experience. This is like 50 videos all about making pixel art, the different genres and different, you know, introductions to different things. So go at it. Go have at it. If you have a specific thing that's not in the list that you want a tutorial on, especially if it's some sort of principle or some idea, you are more than welcome to go check that out. And, well, you're more than welcome to ask me to produce it and I'll make that and you can check it out. Did my one view help your programming video out? Oh, yeah, I should mention, I mean, it's not a real, I shouldn't necessarily mention it, but I'd like to mention. I put out a video really recently and the algorithm kind of hates it because I deleted it and then edited it quickly and re-uploaded it and I lost some algorithm points. So my most recent video is a tutorial on Unity 2D movement. If that's something that you are interested in watching, go check that out first and then tell me what you thought about it. Basically covers platforming movement and top-down movement from like beginner to advanced. It's still the basics, so it doesn't go into like Coyote time or anything like that. But if you're looking to get into an engine and you've got Unity installed, but you just don't know where to start, this is probably a really good place to start. Especially if you have like a little bit of understanding of like code. Okay, so I think I want these two to be much higher. Yeah, that's better. Concepts more general or very Unity specific? In that video, it's probably a little more Unity specific. This is an unfortunate task that, you know, if you do this kind of stuff, you have to choose between, you know, being as helpful as possible to the people who are the target audience or broaden the audience out so that more people could find it interesting. But I've chosen to label the videos like Unity tutorials specifically for that reason, because it's possible I could have like framed some of the concepts in a way that was more comprehensible to external engines, but I think you violate kind of like a principle of like just showing the goods if you make it so broad that anyone can understand it in any engine. I think it's this hand needs to be more like this. Maybe more like that. Hey, Little Milk, thanks so much for the sub. 10 months, let's go. Hey, Tom Millman, thank you so much for the raid as well. I missed that. Sorry, bud. I'm trying to figure out what this should be. Does that seem frustrated enough? I feel like he should kind of be like throwing the weapon down almost. That's better. Mr. President.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. President. That's right. I feel like this should be more like back. It's a knife. Yeah. This is what draft animation looks like. If it doesn't look like the thing that you think it should look like, just wait. That's it. Just wait longer. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Yo, the feature test should be up now. It's up. So, not that much has changed in it, but you can go check that out now if you want. Let's go grab this scene over here. I was going to take a break like an hour ago, and I didn't do that. Let's quickly stamp. Oh, that's not how you spell that word. Let's go here, 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 here. Do 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 do. Yeah. Grab these 4 frames, chuck them there, give him a hurt box. Done. We can give him a really nice hurt box by making it shrink when he stamps. Okay, and then maybe we have it be so that I could hold this frame. I feel like it would need a I feel like it would need this to be 0 again. Maybe that's too many hold frames. I think if it doesn't loop, it should be fine, but I'll try it with and without the loop. So let's add a state. Where did I put laugh? Is it in just behaviors? Oh, it's just there. Okay. Attitude. We can go 10 frames per second. Don't loop. Okay, cool. And then here, we lost laugh, I think. And then let's give him stamp. So when do we laugh? We should laugh if, we should stamp if he blocks both attacks. That's on hit confirm. So it should be if he finishes. He's in the engaged state. If doing forward attack, set stamp. Else. Cool. That should work. I should really have every single feature test. I should make you do the control setup when you enter each test. I'll make that better. We'll work on that. Okay, stamp goes here. And we're in. Oh, then he laughs. When we laugh, it should laugh becomes false. If we were blocked, oh, this should just, we should never laugh if we get blocked. There we go. Hello? He still did it. Oh no, he didn't do it that time. He did it that time. Hang on a second. Every time he laughs, I think what's happening is maybe there's a race condition between hit confirm and get blocked. I don't really like this event-based stuff. Do the Martins attack each other? No, they don't really attack each other. Maybe there's a way to make them attack each other. He always goes into the laugh. Is there a different criteria that makes him go into laugh? Nope. Only if should laugh. Should laugh is only true in one condition, which means the hit confirm is coming out first. Yeah, it's a race condition.
It's a race condition.
So what do we do? I hate these, man. I could wait a frame. So I could be like... So now... he won't laugh unless he wasn't blocked that frame. Semaphores. It's pretty annoying that I've got two, like, because he did hit Armin. He just didn't hurt Armin. Maybe there should be like a hurt confirm event or something. Yeah, that's working. Oh, but he did laugh then. Oh, maybe I think I should set it to false as well. Should laugh. Enter. If he laughs, it becomes false. So what? I guess also here. If he attacks twice. Stomp. Damn it! Still laughed. Why, bro? No laughing. Maybe it just works now. What if I let him hit us once? He laughs. Stomps. Stomps. Yeah, it works now. I think it just needed to compile. Oops. Oh, I see. I think this should come first, basically. If you block the first attack and get hit by the second, it wasn't working. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Wait, so he stomps even if he misses too? Oh, he cancels out if he is too far away, I guess. So this is the engaged state, and it completes if we can't see him anymore. Yeah, it's just those two. Stamp. I need to learn to like look at my keyboard sometimes. You know, you just like, you touch type and then you get it wrong and you get it wrong and you get it wrong. And it's like, at some point I really need to just look at the keys. Yeah, now he'll stomp. Or he'll laugh before even checking to see if you're... Yeah, that's good. Cool. Yeah, Jim Hawkins for sure. Jim Hawkins meets Guybrush Threepwood. That's the inspiration. If you played Monkey Island. $10,000 pages of X? That's insane. That's ridiculous. So now I think I want to fix the juggle. I think it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little floaty, it's a little too easy. And the down spike needs to be like quite stronger. That's better. Why does it do that sometimes? The other thing is when we go into the death state, what frame do we pick? Do we take hurt? We take the first of the hurt sheet. Yeah. It's not great. And also the velocity set on the death is kind of awkward. Sort of, I don't know what it is. Thumbs up is derogatory? Nope. Derogatory to who? Yeah, that like... I mean, I've never seen that as considered like rude. Maybe like 80 years ago that was a thing, but it's certainly not a thing now. I mean, look, we're very sarcastic people. So like maybe if you're like, nice one, that would be considered giving someone the finger. If you were like, come on, mate, that's pretty rude. But not just that. He's like, oh, sick. I mean, people don't really do that anymore, but you know. I use VS Code, so it's Visual Studio Code, which is the lightweight version, Sebastian. Yeah, in Australia, like, I mean, what's up yours is like that, or that, or that. But those are the three. If you're from Western Sydney, that. That's a little joke. All right. I feel like, how do I manage this? What do you think should happen on successive? I think what I wanted to do was have like, I mean, it's almost cool that you can just play keepy uppies with the enemies, but it's too easy. And I like that initial condition. I think what I need is like a register of the moves that you've used to juggle them, and every one stales after you've used it once. So if you lift them into the air once, you can't use that same attack. To get to like, to lift them. They won't, they'll still get hit, but they won't gain air again. So, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Maybe I'll make it like a hash or something. Well, what I want was for every enemy to... I might give them different weights, but the actual properties of the juggle needs to be essentially consistent. This is something that you see in games like Kingdom Hearts and Devil May Cry, where a launcher, it's like, or even Street Fighter, when you launch somebody, they get launched to a specific point so that your next attack can follow up to correctly reach that point. If everything's got different launch properties, it becomes much harder to determine whether or not you can like combo into the next thing. So I want the player to be congratulated when they land a successful launcher. That should be rewarded, but it just depends on how much we reward it for. I'm fine to let the player do their full combo or whatever for every enemy that they launch, but some enemies do have a lot more poise than others and won't get launched by the same launcher. So like that regular upswing that Armin just did, that doesn't work on bigger enemies that have more poise because it doesn't break them. It just only really small enemies, like anything shorter than him, will get thrown up with any launcher. But this is just, you know, this is where the game's at right now. So, yeah, I mean, Smash Brothers has different weights, but God, memorizing the frame data of Smash Brothers is a nightmare. It's not a reason. It's not a thing that a normal person should learn how to do. Let's just see. How do we check to see what the, so like info.collision.collider.getAnimator. That's not great. Is there a life? Okay. So if we land on the ground, that resets the combo. We capture every attack. If we're grounded after the second I don't know how to do this. Maybe okay. So like I get hit by an attack, right? When I get hit by the attack that's the launcher, I'm on the ground at the time. And I haven't yet come into the tumble state. So how am I going to check? How am I going to keep it the first time without clearing the list? And how do I know when to reset the list? Is it every consecutive hit clears the list? Like while on the ground? So if I'm, let's say that the enemy's here, we're on the ground, right? A big up attack comes through. Right? Smacks you up into the air. On the frame that lands, you haven't left the ground yet. So in this context, on this frame, you are grounded and you've just taken some damage. The next frame and from then onwards, you'll go into the air. If the same attack happens again, then it should just not juggle you. You should fall through it after you take the damage. So the question is, or maybe you just juggle, you get juggled only a tiny little bit. So the question is, if it wasn't a juggle, if it was just like a normal attack that was just like a, you know, a swing, how do I make it so that it how do I discount that? That's not a juggle, right? That's just an attack. This will just knock me back. Do I keep that? And if I was grounded, I delete everything except for the current one? I think that's what it is. I think it's that I clear the I clear it if I'm grounded. But I still add the one that I'm doing. So every hit after the first hit, every hit is added, and every consecutive hit only adds if you're in the air. Won't that stop combos from ground to air later on, potentially? How will it? Once this is gone, what? This is all about juggling. So like, I clear the record when you hit the ground, and I clear the record anytime you get hit. From not stun. Like if you're just like a regular, if you have control over yourself and you get hit as you enter, maybe I don't clear it. Pools new. Maybe I don't clear it. I only set it up here. And then I clear it only when you take damage and you're on the ground. So it clears the register whenever you are. It clears the old register every time you get hit from on the ground. That makes sense. Okay. So, body.velocity. Now the question is, I need to know what I got hit by. You mean you, not the Martin. I'm talking about the Martin. The Martin remembers what things hit it. And every time it gets hit from something, it adds that to the ban list. And every time it gets hit by something, if it's on the ground, the old ban list gets cleared. That's what it is. So, body.velocity equals... How do we go juggle? Where's the juggle? If... Juggle. Set juggle. Is juggle its own thing? It is its own thing. Okay. So should juggle... We need to go inside of the setup. We need to know what thing has hit us. Yeah, if they're grounded, you can start a new combo. That's right. Okay. So this should happen before... Oh, more race conditions. Ugh. Maybe I just have to... I think there's like a pattern that I'm noticing with a lot of this stuff, where if a state is caused by an event callback and the state has an event callback check inside of it for the same event, because I can't tell which one's going to get called first, I think what I have to do is capture the event callback and the related response. Do nothing until the state starts from the same callback. And then when the state is ready, check the results of that thing. So in this case here, when we're just like recording hit state stuff, but the problem is it needs to know straight away. Oh, this is so tough. This is so tough. I don't know what's going to happen. No, it's not two states. It's I've got some event. And I've got two separate things that are pointing to that event. Inside of this, we check the variable, but I don't know whether this is going to be set before that, because I can't determine the order of event callbacks. I don't think it's guaranteed. So my point is, it's too late, but it can't be any earlier because the event hasn't fired any earlier than this. It's like the moment we hit them with the sword, they go into the hurt state and then the variable gets set, or the other way around. But when they go into the hurt state, they need to know what thing they got hit by from the variable. So, 50% of the time, this will happen, and like it won't know what the variable is. Well, the actual way that I will solve this, my God, the actual way that I will solve this is slightly different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to package the contents to set this variable inside the event so that this can check. I won't need to even do this. I'll just have it be that variable is settable on entry. That way I've only got one event callback. So this function here, register hit state, is the launch a single move or done with a combo? There's no difference. Combos are a chain of single moves. So, yeah. My game doesn't recognize combo. It just recognizes juggling. That's all it really is. So, like, if you're in the air and you get hit, and the hit has an upward velocity, you get juggled. And there are certain conditions where that won't happen, and we're about to add one. So this still... Maybe the register hit state thing needs to happen at the character stun level rather than at the tumble level. That would be another way to do it. So we could check like the stun state. Then self-awareness.grounded prevents the player from launching the Martin again after he got up without a singular hit in between. No, that's not true. Because if he's grounded, it gets cleared on the hit. This check stops that from happening. Self-awareness.grounded, the whole point is that it clears the ban. So if he's on, if he got up, the next time he gets hit, he's grounded. So the next time he gets hit, whatever launched him last time is no longer there anymore. Does that make sense? All right, I gotta take a break. It's now an hour and a half since the last time I said I was gonna take a break. So I gotta go. Okay, see you in a bit.
Okay. Whew.
It's going good. Yeah, we're making progress. I'm just doing some more development of some rules around whether enemies should be juggled inside of a combo. You know, I think a way that we might want to do this rather than check the state that hit us, so like a launcher or a whatever, we should check the frame, we should set the collision box of the thing. Because like I've got combo states where the 3 hits are in one state. I don't want the whole state to stale just because one hit happened. So instead, I should check the animation and the frame that the animation happened on and store that. Or at least just the animation, but probably the animation and the frame. So here's what I need to know. I need to know when I get stunned, do we always go into tumble every single time? It looks like we do. We always enter into tumble. So I can check this basically on entry. Maybe it's worth storing this at the character stun level. I don't know. Because we do already listen for the event before we go into the tumble. It's more inside of stun. The regular stun has take damage. But stun... Oh, it is a behavior state. Oh, that's so interesting. It just doesn't expect it to be the behavior state of a character. That's let's put it in character stun. But do we get info? Do we get collision info? No. So that if we don't have the collision info, we need to grab it from somewhere else. I can store the last info that put us into stun. Seems pretty reasonable. Stun also has a stun properties. I could probably just chuck the info in there. Hey, MMC art. So, how best to do this? It's so annoying because look at this. Like I'm passing in the poise and the scale damage vector. I might as well pass in just the info. You know what I mean? Just pass the entire collision in. It just makes it harder to manufacture a fake one if there was no collision that happened. No, this is Unity. All right. This is really tough. Really tough. What's the right way to do this? It feels like... Also, why is force juggle here? What creates force juggle? When is this true? Basically never, right? I don't think there's even one time when I force the juggle. Maybe it's time I got rid of this stuff. A little bit of school, a little bit of self-taught. My beginner stuff was taught through school. It should just be... And then at this point, it's not even... It doesn't even need properties. It's just... collision info. It's kind of dumb that I've got it this way, but this way I can go like this, and then I can say like that. gonna try something. Yeah, I mean, I was programming in high school, so I didn't really even learn it at university. I learned some in high school, I learned some by myself, and then I went to university, learned some more, taught myself some more. It was kind of like, you know, hand in hand. I was doing a lot of self-guidance on it, even when I was being taught. I certainly never got taught how to write games. That was totally self-driven. Okay. So let's go to one of those lizards and see if I broke him. Good morning, Pleasant Pie. Nice to see ya. How's it going? How many years of coding experience did you have prior to starting game dev? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, look, I was probably experimenting with game dev from when I started. I mean, look, from the very beginning of me learning any code, game dev was involved in that process. So like, the first thing I tried to do was make a game when I learned how to do any code, right? But as far as like, you know, making games in Unity, I didn't really start making games in Unity until maybe 2014. So like, I was making, the first code that I learned was in high school. So probably 6 years of like writing code before I started like doing like game dev. But like, I was making games, like little muck around games in like 2010, like just little things you would play on itch.io or Newgrounds or something. Like I was making games like that in 2010, 2011. So I started learning in like 2006, 2007. So it was like three, but in those 3 years from 2006 to 2010, I wasn't making games the whole time. I was like doing other stuff. I wanted to be like an animator and a concept artist, and I was doing a lot of art. I wasn't really doing much programming at all during that time. But I had done it for school. I had done like I had done a semester of it, or like a year of it. Like I took a class called Software Design and Development in my senior years of high school, and we learned programming there. But the programming was like, you know, we learned a lot of like programming related stuff without really learning how to code. Like, we learned a little bit of VB, if you know Visual Basic. We learned some Visual Basic. We didn't do anything with .NET. And we certainly didn't learn about other languages. So most of the time we were learning about like programming paradigms and like waterfall design, like rapid application development, things that no one talks about anymore, but like basically like programming, like software design industry lingo from the time. What is binary? You know, how to count in different like decimal, like hexadecimal versus decimal versus binary or ternary, quaternary, like counting systems. We learned about that stuff. Like that's what we spent most of our time learning. Just like random trivia. Like what are the components of a computer? Like what is a bus? You know, in computer terms. What is an ALU? Just like that's what we learned. So the programming was like maybe a quarter of that, like actual writing applications. And when the finals came around, we have like standardized testing for our high school exams for the state. When the state exam happened for my software development, I got like 70%, I think, because half of the stuff that they tested us on was not anything we'd learned. Like there was like Pascal code, and I can't read Pascal. Like I never learned that. I don't know what that is, but that was in the exam. So I don't know. I just sort of, my whole takeaway from that period of time was like just what I learned from Visual Basic and the stuff that I made, you know? But those classes were taught by like old people, basically, who just didn't really like, you know. The industry moves too fast for someone who was in the industry 10 years ago to be teaching it if they haven't done any work since. Especially back then, in like, if the last time they had a job in the industry was 1995 and it's now 2010. Quick question about your workflow with ASprite. Exporting your sprites as PNGs gets rid of your layers, so you can't edit them anymore. So you end up having your ASprite files and then the actual PNGs in your project folder. For you, do you just save your ASprite files somewhere else in the project folder, or do you have some other way of getting around having them in two different files? No, I don't get around that at all. There's nothing to get around. It just looks like this. Like, I don't know. What's the issue? There's the PNGs. There's the ASprite files. They're sitting in the project folder. PNGs are sprites. I don't actually use the ASprite importer because this project is older than that. I've considered it. But, yeah. I have considered it. But I don't use the output of those. So I still need sprites at some point. I think the ASprite importer does export things as each of the frames as sprites. And I think it even respects the tags. Maybe I should try it. I don't know how it handles pivots. But my pivots are pretty consistent these days across the entire thing, so. Do you know what? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to try it. This is kind of annoying having this like this. But at the same time, if I start now, like, I've got thousands of sprites in the game. What am I going to do? You notice weird things with the pivots? Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing for now. But I feel like I should be doing it, right? I feel like I should be. I should at least check for my next video. Martin, Weasel, Ferret, they're not that different. That's a ferret. That's a Martin. That's a weasel. I mean, they're pretty similar. Martins have pointy ears. There is a Wolverine too. I love those Mustelidae. Okay, so what am I doing? What was I doing? I was here doing this thing. Okay. I wanted to get rid of all of the instances of these getting called. Well, that can just go. $13. Yeah, see, like this kind of thing is like, oh, where I've done like fake properties because it hits a wall, so now I should go into the stun animation. Like it didn't take any damage, so that's annoying. It's okay. I'll just move on. I'll just move on. So like, this is what we'll do. Process impact selects state. So here, if it's actually perfect right here. We can work this in now. So should tumble. It's actually we're almost there. So bool should actually no, we don't want to just check. We want to be able to add the things to the list, right? So on entry into stun, we need to check if what's the word? This is like register hit state. Register hit. For combo. Register combo hit. Okay. That gives us somewhere. Okay. If props.info is not null, then let's get rid of this. I'm going to keep this. I don't need this anymore. Okay. Now, this is like, actually, let's check the collision info. The collision has a collider info, collidey and collider. A collider info is a mono behavior. So that's bad, because that means that this is a reference type, so that if these change, I won't be able to like use them anymore. There is collider properties, which is a bunch of data about what was in the collider info, including the collider itself. A bunch of vector data. We could have the sheet and the frame plugged into this as well. Let's do that. Wait, what? Wait, don't I have two collider infos? Wait, does a collision have two collider infos in it? Oh, okay. So then it's just sheet and frame. It's not collidey and collider. Okay. Well, that's it. That's all I had to do. Very good. So now I can go to character stun. Character stun. And I can say info. I can say, well, the thing that we are using in the combo registry actually, well, let's make it a struct called combo registry props, which has got so combo registry can be a combo registry props. Okay. And then I'm pretty sure this is true. A comparison between two structs is always true if all of the values are also true. That's how you do equal for structs, right? In C#. If I have a struct with 3 ints in them, if they have the same value as the 3 ints in the other thing, they're considered equal. Just like a value comparison, I think. So then I should be able to say because structs are value types. They're not reference types. So as long as the references inside of them are the same. As long as the reference types are the same references and the value types are the same values, the struct is the same because the struct is the value type. It has to be that. I mean, there's no other way it can do it. How else would you define equality? All right, well, that's it. Well, we'll just find out, won't we? I don't want to look it up. I'm over it. Okay. So let's just check. Name? If I log the frame... Frames don't have names. Sheets have names. Frames are an int. You're jumping ahead of me, mate. It's an animation sheet. So the frames are just a list of sprites. All right, let's have a look. Nothing. See you, Trance. Oh, it worked. Just not the first time. Yeah. I do have an air combo system. It worked until it didn't. So maybe we were wrong about this. Can be simplified? How much more simple can it... Oh, that is simpler, I guess. Let's see if that check happens. That can't. I mean, it would be weird if it did, but let's see. No, it's not even getting there. So what is the issue here? That props.info is null? No. It's that we're not re-entering character stun, I think. Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's a problem. That is a problem. Okay, so... Alright. I can fix this. Okay. Should be fixed now. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Anywhere that you process impact, you should also do the stun props. I mean, it makes sense. That's why you would do it. That's where you process the thing. Do you know, I find it so hard to think out loud while I'm programming for things like this. Because it's so, the amount of stuff that you guys don't know is so specific and so numerous and so like, it's so complicated. That totally worked. Yeah, already in registry. It did it. It actually worked exactly right. So now you can't double up attacks in a combo yet. I mean, like, you can't use the same combo. You can't use the same attack in a combo twice to launch an enemy. There you go. At least I now have, what's the word? I've now collected the data that will make it possible to stop you from juggling them. Well, if you think about it, Big Imp, how else would you do the equality? How else would you do it? They're value types, and so the values of them are the hash as defined by all of the equality checks for their... Do you know what I mean? Like, what else would you do? I'm saying, like, if you were writing C#, what would you define as the default way of checking equality? There is only one way to do it. It's just iterate over the properties and check to see if they're all equal. Because it's only defined as its properties. You know what I mean? But there is no memory, right? I don't think. Because they're value types. It's like saying if two ints are the same in memory. Like, I guess there is a reference, but they're not. Do you know what I mean? Like, since it's not a reference type, there's nowhere in memory. If I copy it 3 times, I guess you're saying I'd have to point to the exact address. But I don't know how that works. But it works the way that I expected it to. So, I'm happy. It is struct equality. I forgot about what... Last time we spoke about it, we got the same answer that we spoke about this time. Which was that my intuition was right, that it's like a did copy equality. The default is reference checker only. Yeah, but in JS, everything's like... JS is weird, right? I don't know. Because everything's like loosely typed. Isn't it default defined? Your intuition is diff, right? RE memory. Yeah, it is. It's that if you have two structs that have the same components with the same references, that's equal. The struct itself doesn't have like a memory address that you could... Well, I'm sure it has a memory address, but like... That's not the thing that it uses to check if it's equal or not to something else. All right. So, in Tumble, actually, it's in select state. No, Penpaul, I'm just saying, like, if I have two structs, how to use check if they're equal? And the answer is, you just check if they are, and it will do the thing that I thought it would do to determine if they are, which is, it'll just go down the list of properties and check to see if each of them are equal internally. That's all I was doing. We were just writing a hash set of structs, and I just wanted to check if I'd already added it. So, you're a true engineer. I don't think so. But this juggle Juggle is if we force juggle or knock back Y equals 0. But when we do this, we need to know in this select state, it would be nice to be able to check. We only select state in process impact, so let's just check like what needs to go in here? Like info, I guess. But it's not even that. If it is already contained, we need to like basically set a boolean called like maybe we set a return type here. It should probably have like an out. Like, is it out bool? Blocked. Already registered. Wait, what if can I have this be optional? C# optional out. Is it ref? Is that what it is? Really? That is very interesting. Okay. I hate having to pass this down, but Oh my gosh. Ah, okay, done. All right, all right, all right. Let's check. Boom, boom. Actually, I didn't recompile. We're getting there, pals. We're getting there. I can't wait to get out of this chair. After doing this for so many years, I really dislike the way that, like, how tired I get, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Still works. One. Wait. Oh, wait. That was right the second time. One, two. One, two. One, two. That's right. So... vector to knockback if hit already in combo knockback times equals 0.5. I mean, you could even make it 0.3. Nerf that shit. Oh, we did it. It works. I feel so good. I feel so good about that. So you can't juggle more than twice with the same attack. You can be like, but now you have to swap to something else. Otherwise, they fall out. Otherwise, you can do this. Although, did that? No, that was right. That didn't seem right. 1, 1, 2. Hang on, what is this? Setting focus 2. I don't... Get out of here. I don't know why that doesn't juggle the second time. I guess it's right. Okay, so it's like this, this, this. It's cool. It's cool trying to figure it out now. That second hit of the combo needs to be a little bit more... I think right now it's got a downward hit on it. This air combo too. Oh, Hang on. It still has a Y velocity that's up. So I'm not sure what that is. It should juggle. Oh man. Why are you slowing down on me? What is going on? That was interesting. Nice. True, true, false. That was exactly what should happen. I just want to see if I can make him drop the combo mid. Did that second hit not count? I'm still not sure. It feels like it, certainly feels like it didn't count. False. Oh, that's no good. Why? Why is the second hit false? Maybe... Hey Heather, how's it going? Flicker, thanks for the 10. I'm trying. I'm getting there. This air combo 2. This is not the same sheet. So why is this being added? We're one little thing away. I'm just trying to figure out why. I think this is an equality check thing. Sheet s dot sheet already registered. That is very strange if that's the case. One. I mean, that's fine. But that time it was just the 1. Wait, so maybe it wasn't anything to do with the sheet already being registered. Maybe it was some other reason why it wouldn't juggle. I have lots of conditions there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe we'll try doing a couple of things first. Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, it's not my fault. It's just a different me's fault. It's just my fault elsewhere. That's really promising then. Should tumble. So now we just need to figure out why it's not juggling. So if we have not been knocked down and tumble is not null, we can return select state. If we should tumble, juggle is true if props has a force juggle aspect to it, or the knockback.y is greater than 0, or we were not already in combo. So So that's all the stuff, right? So they only need to be, these two need to be one or the other, and then that one's got to be also true. False, false, true. Knockback.y is not greater than 0. Interesting. Really? Was I looking at the wrong frame? I thought it said 1.5. 0. Oh, okay. So this is a question of like, do I make it so that everything that is equal to 0 also juggles? Or do I make all aerial... Yeah, I think greater than or equal to is fine. So it's like boom, 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 boom. Nice. Boom, whoops. Boom, 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 boom. It's fun! It's fun. Yay. So now I might just do... What'll I do? It's starting to get... I'm starting to get to the point where I feel like this is a real game. And all the things that I'm putting in the game are like totally worth it. And I have all of the components I need to make a fun level. And I have all the components I need to make a fun zone. And all the components I need to make a fun quest. And all the components I need to make a fun chapter. I feel like I'm just about getting there. Like I can feel that happening, which is great. So adds juggle hit registration system to stop to stale moves in combos from juggling. Good stuff, man. Get another one of you facing the other way. I don't know if like the forward thrust should juggle. I think what it should be is if it has a vertical knockback and they are grounded, then they go up. If it has a neutral or vertical knockback, when they're airborne, they should also go up. So yeah. Oh. Having it break. I save stage destruction spectacles for boss fights. I got bridges breaking in other fights. The Id of Alan. Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry I missed that. I completely missed that raid. How are you? I don't know if you're still here. You're probably not still here. Oh, you are here. Hi. That's very kind of you. Oh. The two of them? Ha 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 ha! Again! Ha 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 ha! That was so silly. Cool, let's do some level design. Blinkers for Liz Glow. Yeah? Pretty sure this needs a quest flag. I will be bringing on somebody. Sorry, I'll be 1 sec. Well, that's not very... That doesn't look very jammed, does it? Why are these animators... Why are these... Why is stop B still turning? Wait, they're not even supposed to be playing. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Alright, I'll be right back. Not right back. I'll be 1 second. I'll be 1 second. That's interesting. Is it the elevator that determines? Gear animators. What the heck? I need to know if the switches are working. Anyway, I'll fix that. How do you back up files? The game is large, the files are small. Most of my game is PNGs. They take kilobytes. Alright, Liz Glow. What color? Yellow. Okay. It's pink. I'm so sorry. Not today. All right. Ugh, I really don't want to fix this right now. All right, I'll fix it. If I was doing this right, I should make it so that the mechanical switch, the gears rotate with the elevator, and the elevator should go. That's what should happen. But how do I make these? I'm actually a little bit confused. If I take the frames and start playing through the frames, Did I just give them different frame rates to make them work together? Or do they actually just spin the correct speed? How does that work? Because a smaller gear, it's got fewer teeth. So how does it? I don't want to know how I figured that out. I don't want to know. So, okay. The better way to do this would be something like inside of the elevator. Every frame that we are moving we could say set gears frame to, have I got like a transform dot position dot y times gear speed factor. Okay. I mean, that might work. Don't ask me why I'm doing this, by the way. So let's go. Take switch B, remove the thing. Computer today is slow, man. I think it might be Chrome. And also Leonardo. Get out of here. Why does it recompile every time I try to press play? Oh, cannot convert from float to int. Okay. How about that? You will convert now. Do not deny me. Heretic. Gotta start dinner soon. We made so much progress today, but my laptop seems like it's slowing down. I might need to give it a restart tonight. I've just been putting it to sleep. Oh my goodness. Come on, guys. Look at this. What are you doing? Come on. Come on. Please. Please. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Wow, that was first try. That was sick. That was awesome. Let's make that like more like 50. Oh, it was so cool. It's like it's like real. Now I just need for it to go ka-chunk and then start at the beginning of it. So it's like all the way up. Hey, Kerbit boy, welcome. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, nice. That's fine. That's totally cool. So I can say I was a UX designer. But this is Unity. So I want to set the animation duration to be the distance. Let's say it's like 2 meters per second. So if I just say that the distance is like math f dot, or it's just like math f dot absolute value of, yeah, that's exactly right. I don't know what the times 60 is though. Hang on. I think that's just to figure out how the speed should work. But if the speed is set as like 1, then it's going to take me as many seconds as there are units. So that's just like units per second then. Okay. And then this is simple animation dot. I'll just put a custom curve in here. So the problem is that this is going to get a bit weird. Because I want like an ease in, a steady pace, and then an ease out. And I don't think that I'll be able to do that easily. Yeah, let's not go down this road. I can just tell what's going to happen. I'll be here for like an hour trying to get this to work. It's good. It's just a little bit, I'll have to figure how to do that stuff later. Okay. I've had enough playing around. Updates. I'd love to redesign the carriage. Like, it's so cool, but it's not really how I do it these days. I'd make it so much bigger and flatter and bulkier. And I'd give it a back. Why didn't I give it a back? That's all right. Yo, Yato, welcome. Yato. What's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Eden, thank you for the follow. Top, thank you for the follow. I think I gotta go, pals. I'll show you what I worked on today for those of you who are here just walking in. I worked on some enemies. Lots of logic for these enemies today, actually. So I made this guy stamp his foot when he misses you. And I made him try to hit you a couple times. If he hits you, he laughs at you. If he loses you, he goes to where you last were seen and then looks around for a bit and then continues back on his way. There's no release date, unfortunately. And then also I worked on some juggling stuff. So when you attack these guys, you can't use the same hit twice to knock them up as high, but you can use other hits. So if you, there's basically move scaling like Smash Brothers. Yeah, the telegraphing is, it's a big thing, this kind of game. I just need that last thing, that last hit. I feel like I think their death happens like before. There's just sometimes. Does solo deving ever get lonely? No, I have you guys. Doesn't get lonely. I've got 190 people watching. Yeah, I think that the death state sometimes blocks out the stun state. So yeah, here, like death state, this thing is really hard to do because basically what this does is it handles the way that the character operates when they're in stun, which includes when they're in the air getting juggled. If they're dead, this basically says, hey, like, just leave me out of it. I don't want to be involved. But setting its velocity on hit, if it goes straight into the death state, that's currently, it just like doesn't happen the way that it should. I wonder if I should make it so that the death state doesn't have an animation that it sets, but instead plays kind of like, oh, like maybe it's not a state, maybe it's just like a transition, like a visual, it's just like a shader that happens on top of whatever's happening here. For example, if you knock someone up into the air and they die, should they still, like their body will go as they're like falling upwards, and then they'll go as they fall downwards. If they're dying, if they're in their death moment, should they still be moving and still like animate in space while they're doing that death thing? Or should they just go into the hurt frame and go without like, should they move when that happens? Because I feel like you want that physicality of like knocking them into the air and they go like they go up as they fade away, you know? Because right now they just sort of, they start falling a little bit. What I could do is say, just set the gravity scale to nothing. Hello. Oh, look at your pretty hair. I'm going to jump off in a sec. We can have dinner. 6. Just set everything to none. Oh, on fixed do, velocity decays. Oh, that's kind of weird. I don't know why I would do that. Alright, well, let's see how it feels. Moving probably would be better. For now, I'll see if the static, just immediate death, does anything different. It's okay. That kind of like after image effect, it didn't bother me. It wasn't like my favorite thing in the world, but it certainly felt better than before, where they were kind of like limply descending out of the air. That was really annoying. That I feel okay with. It's good. This is really good. Really cool stuff. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see ya. Alright, I'm going to add one more enemy to this just because it's fun. Well... I kind of like this sneaking thing. Maybe I'll do this. I'll do this. Not you here. Oh, can't get back up there. Whoops. Nah, it's too hard, too complicated. I'll work that back. Cool. And then I'll add this guy. And another one of these guys. Cool. Nice. And why don't I just make it a little bit more fun? Nice. Cool. Okay, that's really cool. Now let's commit that and push it. And then you guys can play it in about 20 minutes in the combat test. So add new area to combat test. Cool. And then we go to testing. Just confirm what's in there. Yep. And then maybe I'll just put a different scene in the live. No, I think I'll keep it as it is. All right. Done. Yeah, you'll be able to try it in about 20 minutes. You can play the game. You'll be able to play it at... that address. And the password is... that. Okay. It'll take a little while to upload, so... I'll be gone before that happens, but if you stick around, you'll be able to figure it out, I'm sure. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. This was a really good stream. I really thought we made a ton of progress today in terms of the overall like game feel. Things just feel so much more professional, and I feel like it's like you could definitely see what's happening, and the clarity is like makes it more enjoyable. Let's go raid Evan. All right, pallies. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. If you're on YouTube and you like my Twitch channel, come join us on Twitch if you want. You can follow me there and you can join us for this raid. If you're on Twitch and you don't know I have a YouTube channel, go check me out on YouTube. I've got videos. A new video just uploaded 2 days ago. Check it out. It's on Unity, 2D movement, including platforming. This one's a really good one. I'm really proud of it, so you should go check it out. Help me out with the algorithm there. If you like all of the content that I make here on the internet and you want to support me, because you're generous and you're in a position to do that, then become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCYunus. That's patreon.com/AdamCYunus. There you go. So, oh, the YouTube channel? You want to see the link to the video? We can do this by clicking up here, pressing create. There you go. Okay, that's the stream. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.